Alrighty. We have a broadcast up and running. Should be good, should be very good. But we're just about starting out very slowly. It's a little bit windy, so we're gonna plug the window. Gonna get the blower, the ventilator going for the forge. Now that starts blowing out. Gonna turn the gas on. So now that it's pressurized, we're gonna get some fire in there. And then fire. Good afternoon, Tunnel Biscuit. Today we are going to be making a brass hammer. Hello, JJ Nessie. Let me just check my phone here real quick. Hello, cotton candy, son. We are going to plug in my power hack. I'm just gonna run that cord over here. Runs on 3-phase. Oh, that's connected. Hello, Rachel. Or as the text-to-speech says, Raquel. We're gonna take the Reddit camera also. We're just gonna turn you guys 90 degrees to the side here. You won't have a perfect view, but you will be able to follow along what is going on. I will move over here. First things first, I'm just gonna make sure that my cooling liquid is actually not frozen anymore. Very good. The funny thing is, the cooling liquid actually, being frozen, has separated from oil. So now there's like a layer of oil on top of it. It's probably a good thing to get rid of, but hopefully it still functions as cooling, even if it has been frozen. We're gonna open these jaws up a little bit. I need a marker as well. Oh, it's fine. We don't need a marker. We're gonna take this. It's a little bit messy. We're gonna take this big hunk of brass. And you guys are gonna plop it down here. We're gonna push the blade down. We're gonna remove this a little bit. Push the blade down. Oh, it's hydraulic, so it takes a little bit. There we go. Get that down close so we can see how much we're. This seems like a good size. Let's tighten that up some. Yeah, this is fine. I'm gonna just tighten this up some. Get a good noise, tight fit. I'm gonna press this down so it's just above the thing. I'm gonna check the settings here. I don't understand the settings super good. But it should be fine. This is kind of like the slowest going. This is brass. I could go really hard on it, but I don't want to fuck up the blade. Also, I just heard something. What happened? Did someone subscribe? Liquid. Hey, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for the sub. Hello, Alien Rouge. New camera angle. Who this? It is. What the fuck? My force just went out. the tank is completely empty. Yeah, you can just write me. Liquid, or yeah. You get text to speech, by the way. That's why I can hear what you said, even though I didn't read chat. Babe, just write me. Oh fuck! I almost have no gas. We have to use the. Fuck! Are that my? I thought I had more gas. I have in this thing though, so that's fine. Yeah, the propane tanks has been switched. That is true. That was a quick one. Alright, so we just have that running again. Alright, back at it. Let's see here. What up, what up? We're gonna be making a brass hammer today. Right, so we're just put this out of the way. So I'm just gonna push a button down. That'll start this hammer, or this saw. Oh, might wanna move this out. That's gonna cut that very, very thick piece of brass for us all on its own. It's very practical like that. I have not made shield bosses. That's what it's called, like the Skjold shield boss. I haven't made them, but I can. Yeah, I do recommend that you check out the Discord. We have Top Broadcast on Reddit now. So for everyone who's tuning in just now on the Reddit, this is my power hack. It is hydraulically run, 3-phase hacksaw that will cut pretty much anything, including hard steel. It's very, very good machine to have. A lot of people are very nostalgic about it. This one is old, from like maybe like the 70s, 80s, I don't know. We will be forging, blacksmithing today. We will be forging a brass hammer, so I'm cutting a big chunk of brass. The reason why you want a brass hammer is because brass is softer than steel, so sometimes you want to strike something and you don't want to dent it, so you want a soft hammer. Like if I have a steel tool that is a string tool, like a punch, I might want to hit it with a brass hammer so that I don't destroy my steel punch by hitting it with a steel hammer. So it's like kind of like a sacrificial hammer. The Danish accent is strong. It's actually not that bad, but I am a little bit tired. Teams, your bits didn't work. I don't know why. Maybe the emote thing you wrote out is wrong. I appreciate the effort nonetheless. Yeah, we'll talk about it later, Liquid. I won't be able to make them super cheap, but I'd like to make them. I also got 2 sweat blocks, which will be helpful for making something like that. It's gonna pop off very soon down here. Just remove that. There we go. It says the brass. And that'll stop on its own. There's a button over here. When that goes down, it just stop cutting. And we now have a nice, fresh cut piece of brass. And we're ready to start forging this. The weight of this, let's check what it weighs. There we go, there the bitch went through. That is it's about a 1 kilo piece of brass, which is very nice. We're gonna get the cameras back to the position we want them in. So let me just do that real quick, bear with me. Thank you, teams. And Miyazaki Kuku. Gonna get the camera back over here. There we go, that's the view that we like. I have a little bit of a burr on this I'd like to get rid of. I'm just gonna take my file, just so we don't have to worry about it while forging. I'm just gonna take my file. Get rid of that. It always creates a burr when you use that saw. Not much. Taking that off there. Very good. Yeah, we have a rough cut here. You can see it's been cut with an angle grinder. It's easier with that power hack. It gives it a nicer cut too. This is also where we need to pull out some of the interesting tongues, because I don't think these will be good enough. You see how these won't hold them proper. That's a problem, right? So we're gonna pull out something a little bit different. These are called pickup tongues. They're made out of spring steel, and they're the only tongues that should be made out of spring steel, because you need that spring loading action in the really odd alien looking nibs. But what that allows you to is allows you to pick up pretty much any shape that is very heavy, because of you spring load it, and it'll be able to hold a kilo like this decently well. And I can't actually like it takes a while for me to pull that out. So we're gonna use that. Now before we put this in the fire, I need to make you aware that brass is very different from steel. When you see a blacksmith work, oh, I forgot my boots. I forgot my work boots. God damn. All right. So the brass forge is different than steel. The way steel works is that you heat it up to 900 to 1300 degrees Celsius, and you beat it until it goes cold and it loses its color. It's no longer incandescent. Then it's too hard or too cold to forge, and you put it back in the fire and you just keep going, and the steel won't mind. Brass is different. Brass melts at 900 degrees Celsius, so we don't need to bring it up that hot. It starts being forgeable at about 800 degrees Celsius, and that's just about when it starts glowing orange or glowing red. So what that means is that if we want to forge this, we need to be very careful with how hot we bring it, how hot we make it, and we need to somehow discern the temperature of it without going on the incandescent nature of steel or the incandescent nature of this, because this will be forgeable well below an incandescent state. And the way we do that is we go by sound. The sound that this makes and the feel of the hammer hitting it will tell us whether or not it's getting too cold to forge. And we also need to anneal it regularly, because brass is a non-ferrous metal and it'll want to crack on us real bad. Now normally if you're working steel, if you heat that up and then you cool it down rapidly, that'll form a crystalline structure in the steel that makes it hard. That is called quenching or hardening. If you do that same thing with brass, it'll do the opposite. It'll form a structure that makes the brass soft. So what you'll see me do is you'll see me heat it up and then quench it. And that is to anneal it, to make it soft, so we avoid cracking. We minimize the grain structure in the brass. So that's just what I wanted to do there. Everyone, please report 5388 for spamming their YouTube channel link, because that shit is dumb. You should know better. This is not 1998. But if you report it for spam, the mods will take it out. I'm hardened, don't you worry. Yeah, sure. So I want to be real careful with this, and it's hexagonal because it's turning brass, which means it contains about 3% lead. Something to be aware of. Need to get rid of this. Yeah, spamming in Reddit is also a bingo thing, yeah. We play Reddit bingo or stream bingo on the Twitch channel. I stream on both Reddit and Twitch every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and JJ Nessie has made a bingo card for things to happen, and just crossing over things, and spamming in Reddit is one of them. We were making a brass hammer, so that's a soft blow hammer. Also, I need to get my forging gear on, now that we're about to start swinging the hammer. Very important. So I'm gonna get that off, take my shirt off so I don't get too hot and warm, and and starts sweating. We don't want that. Get my apron on to protect my clothing from burning, and also to protect myself from shrapnel and stuff like that. It's just a good idea, because shrapnel does happen, and it can kill you if it hits you in an artery or something like that. So we're just letting that heat up slowly. It's a big chunk of brass. It'll take a while, but I'll try and yeah, we got a bingo command as well, and then there's a newer one on bigger one on Discord too. Bingo. Do you know of Maelstrom Forge? I do not think so. What's he doing? Putting an apron on? Yeah, thanks. First thing we want to do is want to flatten this a little bit. So I'm just gonna see if I have a flatter that'll do that for us. Let's use this. This is a top tool. A top tool is a striking tool you put on top, and then you strike it with a hammer. There's a handle on there so you don't fuck up your hand accidentally by holding it like this and then having your hand. This is a little bit undersized, but it's the best flatter that I have. Is that Danish in the Reddit chat? I haven't seen anything Danish. No, that's Swedish. Hilsningar from andra sidan sundet. That says hello from the other side of the sun, which is it's a Swedish person. I'm gonna move this to the other side so it gets heated up more evenly. Gone Fortune Fire, you would win 10,000 bucks. Yeah, but it would cost me like 10,000 bucks in lost work time. So it's really not. Oh, that was some Danish there. Someone went on Google and Google translated something. Good morning, good morning. Is the muscles from working out or working hard? Both. What would you use a brass hammer for? For striking tools that you don't want to hit with steel. I want to be really careful about heating this up evenly, so I'm just going to turn this around now. It's a big concern that I make sure this doesn't get too hot, so I'm going to be switching to this and watching this very, very carefully. Normally I spend a lot of time reading chat and answering it, but once this gets up to temperature, I got to be real careful with it. How did you learn the craft? I'm self-taught. Where's this guy living? In the middle of a town in Hobro, in Denmark called Hobro, sorry. You're Danish? Yes, very good. Name every Lego. There is only one Lego, and it is our Lego. Well, there's also Duplo. Will you ever participate in Forged in Fire? I doubt it. I'm not a bladesmith, I'm a blacksmith. Oh, it got sticky on us. Yeah, lots of bingo being crossed off right now. We have 5,800 people watching on Reddit. Hello, hello, welcome into the blacksmith shop. Temperature, I have no idea, but it's probably like 5 to 10 degrees today. Celsius. Oh, it's 12 degrees. Yeah, 11 degrees. Gonna be taking a bit more care of this. Yeah, it's starting to glow a little bit. Or not glow, but just start to oxidize, which tells me a little bit about the color or the temperature. So what we'll be doing first is we'll take it out, put it on the upright position and just flatten one side of it because it's got a little bit of inconsistencies in it. Then we'll start punching the eye, and I don't even know if that's possible. I've never done it with brass. It's gonna be tricky. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it'll mess up and we'll have to start over or just scrap the project, but that's okay because we can melt brass down into a new ingot and reuse it. One of the benefits of the melting point being so low is that it's easy to remelt, whereas steel you can't really do that. Do you think I should try smithing in my garage? I think my neighbors will hate me. Depends on who your neighbors are. I have my neighbors have their yard right here. Retired elderly couple. They don't mind. Hello, O'Brad. What's the black and blacksmith supposed to be? The iron. Iron used to be referred as black. Referred to as black. Okay, we've got a little bit of incandescent light on here. So we're gonna take this out. We're gonna put it upright like so. Just gonna grab it like here. It can stand on its own. We're gonna take the flatter. Put that down here. We are just prepping this. Brass is very soft, so we're just trying to get this a better shape. Now it's starting to cool off. It's no longer incandescent. Right, let me see here if we got that kind of flattened out nicely. So I'm just gonna flip that around, put it on the face of the anvil, see what it looks like. That's all right. You can kind of grind that last little bit. So we're gonna get this heated up again, and we're gonna start punching. Before we do that, we're just gonna mark where we're gonna put the punch. We're gonna find the punch as well. I have a very nice little punch here. This is I actually use that for axes, but it can work for a hammer as well. What we want to do is we're going to take this. Oh, that's not the hammer. We should be able to mark the brass with that. So we know where we want to put our eye. We're going to have to punch that from both sides. So I'm going to turn this around. Because this piece is too thick for me to punch from just one side. Okay, so that's there. I'm just keeping my eye on the spot that I just found while I turn this up there. And then we're gonna push this down. It's gonna sit something along the lines of there. We're gonna have these two places meet in the middle. There we go, we have those two places marked out. We're gonna put that in, we're gonna heat that up some. I have only ever made one hammer in my life, and I've never made one in brass. So this is going to be interesting. I'm gonna switch to a heavier hammer because it's better for punching an eye like that. I gotta be really careful about the temperature of this, so I really can't speak much to chat. Bum, 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 bum. Good morning, Juggernauts, and everyone else for that matter. Gotta be real careful not leaving this in for too long, even though it's a big hunk of brass. Brass melts at 900 degrees, and that forge burns at 1300. So, and we're speaking Celsius here. Would you rather piss your pants every day? I wouldn't. What? Would you rather piss your pants every day and no one ever knows, or not piss your pants and everyone thinks you did? I'd just not piss my pants because who the fuck cares what everyone else thinks? Got a little bit of incandescence in this, so we're ready to start forging it. This is so heavy and so soft that when I strike it, it's not really gonna move much out of the way. Jesus Christ, that's soft. Holy fuck. That's amazing. Oh, that is so... Brass is so amazing to forge. Jesus hell. Someone asked about a katana in Reddit? God damn. Already? That was quick. That's on the bingo card, yeah. I have never punched an eye that quick. That's like 1.5 centimeters down. Oh my lord. I'm gonna switch this around to the other side. See if it's still hot enough. It's a little bit cold. It still moves a little bit. Yeah, forging brass is like butter. Like it's just, there's no real resistance in it. But I really gotta be careful with the temperature now. Just keep that in mind. We've got 6,000 people. What is Denmark climate? How hot is it in your room? It's 12 degrees right now. But this can go wrong at any time. That's the thing about brass. It's fiddly. Easy to forge, fiddly to keep together. Yeah, the camera's what makes it look weird. If you want to have better cameras, go to twitch.tv/MartiloWorkshop. If you have Amazon Prime, you can connect it to your Twitch account because Amazon owns Twitch, and you will have a Prime subscription that you can redeem at any channel you want. You can use it on mine if you'd like. That pays me a little bit of money, and you get some perks with emotes and stuff, and you get text-to-speech in my sweet ears, so you can whisper me nothings. Got some heat in here again now. And I think once after this heat, I'm going to want to anneal. And here's the thing about punching an eye. The reason why you do this is because like you can drill a hole, but drilling is a subtractive process where you remove material, and you want mass in here. By punching an eye, I remove much less mass. You'll be able to see just how little material I've actually removed by the time I'm done with this. It'll be very, very little. Alright, I'm gonna cool this off because that gets hot. See that that's smoky? I forgot to be doing that, so I lost my hardness in it, but that's alright. We're gonna heat this up and then we're gonna cool it down. I wanna anneal it now. The reason why I want to anneal it is because we've had this heated up and we've moved the material quite a bit. And in order to make sure that we don't break this, make it crack and fall apart, we need to anneal it. That is something to do with maintaining the grain structure in the material we're working with. And when we're annealing steel, you anneal steel by cooling it down as slow as possible, so the grain structure in the steel can form in a very specific way. With brass, which is what we're forging now, the annealing process happens by cooling it down as fast as possible. So what I'll be doing in a moment is I'll pull it out and just cool it down in water to cool it down real fast, and that'll make it nice and soft. Hey, Miss Bispo. Yeah, we're forging a brass hammer, so that's a soft blow hammer, a sacrificial hammer that won't damage or ruin the thing that it strikes in the same way that a steel hammer might. I made one hammer, my 560 gram rounding hammer, I forged that myself. Right, so we annealed this just to kind of show you, like we got a pretty deep hole here, so that's about like my outer joint of my little finger. We got that and a little bit less on the other side, but it strikes really, really fast. That's really nice. We're gonna make that hole. We're gonna put it onto the press later. Use the fullering dies that I have on the fry press over here. Use those to make some nice little detail on it. If you don't remove material by punching a hole, where does the material go? It gets pushed to the sides. So the cheeks or the wall of the eye, that's where that material goes. You're not compressing anything, you're just moving it to the sides. And what you get out of it is this tiny little plug of material, much less than if you had drilled the hole. But yeah, I'm trying to gotta keep up the chat. I'm trying my best, but I really also gotta be aware of the material so it doesn't melt on us. Where are you from? Denmark? It's in the title. But yeah, I have. If you follow the link down here, you have access to my Instagram, my YouTube, my Twitch channel, my Facebook page, Twitters, and Discords and stuff. And yeah, Amazon Prime, you can use that to give a Twitch Prime sub or get a Twitch Prime sub on my channel. You get some emotes, you got text to speech in my ear when you write on Twitch chat, and I get a little bit of money. You take it right out of Jeff Bezos' pocket and give it to me instead, which is nice. Keeps the forge going. I do this part-time in the evenings. I work in a youth club, municipality-run youth club that is currently shut down due to COVID. How did your wand handle turn out? Haven't seen it since the stream. Wand handle. Oh, I forged a brass wand, and yesterday I forged a steel wand as well that I gave a brass gilding. So that's the steel Harry Potter wand we made yesterday, with brass gilding on it. That's just done with a brass brush, so it is solid steel. Photos will come up on the shop later. But right now we're forging. This is still a little bit cold, but I feel like we can sort this out. So I'm gonna need a little bit more heat on this. Not quite hot enough. What's the most awesome thing you've ever made? I don't know. Take a look at my Instagram. But yeah, and Twitch has a better camera. Close up of the anvil. Give you a bit more detail, better colors. Those are some sick lateral delta, dude. You work out apart from blacksmithing stuff a little bit, not much. How would one build a hammer without using a hammer? You take a lump and then you tie it to a stick. Who is this guy? It is I, Mr. Blacksmith Guy. Yeah, it does count as best project. I would still too cold. I would accept that one for the bingo. Plus, no. The guys on Twitch play stream bingo with and use Reddit chat as a thing for bingo. Hey Vito boy, someone took me up on that Prime Gaming thing. Thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate that. Er det dit arbejde? Jeg gør det deltid, og så arbejder jeg i ungdomsklub om aftenen. Jeg driver et ungdomsklub i Mariagerfjord Kommune. Do something. I'm talking to you. How cold is it where you're at? 12 degrees Celsius today. There we go, now it's hot enough. Slightly incandescent. So we're gonna continue to punch this hole, or this eye. Cool this off. I'm gonna heat that up a little bit more. It didn't get up to a huge temp there. I haven't set up a fire command, so I don't know if that should do anything. Alright, let me see here. What are you gonna make? I'm making a brass hammer right now, which is a soft blow hammer. Good for punching other tools made out of steel. Yeah, so the people on Twitch are reading the Reddit chat and playing bingo based on what you say. Have you ever burned yourself? Yes, I have all the time. That's a bingo, isn't it? Right? How did you get so ripped? I'm just a skinny dude. I weigh 60 kilo for the first time in my life this week. Plenty hot now, very good. Oh, someone had bingo already? That was quick. Yahtzee, no. Just gonna cool off my tool here. The eye on this one thing is a little bit off, but that's fine. It's a little bit off to the side. I'm gonna make this meet up in the middle. I think I'm gonna get this heated up again. But we are getting close. I think we've got it pretty close to the center. So we're gonna give it one more heat to punch that eye out, then we're gonna anneal it again. We got to do that regularly. I weigh half as much as my anvil. How do they play bingo? We have a bingo card, both as a chat command !bingo and in the Discord chat. The one looks cool. What are you making now? And what's it for? It's a brass hammer for striking steel tools and stuff. You don't want to have steel on steel. Sounds good, Miss Bispo. Any arthritis? No, that's an old people thing. Young people get tendonitis. Oh, very hot. Just on the border of what can be accepted in terms of getting it overheated. Jesus Christ, come on. It's insane how easily this goes through. If you were doing this in steel, it would take me an hour. Just to give you some context, or like half an hour. being so gummy is that it might be tricky to actually shear the plug in there. So I'm gonna be flipping this around. I think I've got it centered. But I just gotta shear that plug. So I'm gonna tap it around, give it 2 taps, and then roll it around. And hopefully it'll get cold enough that I can shear that plug. Yeah, I'm definitely at the center because I can feel the plug moving. But as long as the brass is still hot, it will just kind of get moved back and forth in there until it shears. Hopefully it'll come out. Thanks for the sub. Didn't get the name there. Leo Lame V or Lemu? Leo. I'll call you Leo. That'll do. Just another Prime sub redeemed for free with Amazon Prime. Very nice. So if you have, yeah, brass is pretty expensive. The scrap price of brass is several dollars, like per kilo. But we can reuse it if we fuck it up and just melt it down. Okay, shearing this is actually the tricky part. That's much easier in steel. Just gonna see if I can. I'm not sure that it's actually all the way to the center. It's really tricky to tell. Just gonna take this, just soapstone. Yeah, we are at the center. It's just a matter of shearing it. That's tricky. We got another sub, Remo, another Prime sub. Thank you. For those who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, you can connect it to a Twitch account, and you can get a free subscription to the channel. That pays me $2.50 right out of Jeff Bezos' pocket, and you get a subscription with emotes and the text-to-speech in my ear, so you can whisper me everything you write in chat. Well, that came out easy. It's on my tongue still. Like, move. There we go. I'll get back to answering chat in just a moment, but this is a little bit... I'm considering whether or not I should be heating this up again or not. We'll just try and force it through. I'm gonna heat it up just a little bit. But we're very close to getting that filled out or punched out. Let me see here. Now I can read chat for just a little bit. Someone is named Misty Mountain. Oh yeah, someone's talking about how much it costs to We're forging brass, for those who don't know, which is very different from steel. So you can't really take anything I'm doing now and compare it to normal blacksmithing, because iron or steel works very differently from brass. Where did you learn to blacksmith? I'm self-taught. Straight arm side races versus bent arm, which I don't do any arm races. I do my upper body torso workout are pull-ups, push-ups in various inclinations, upside down. I do like upside down pull-ups against the wall. I just work my way up to that. That's what I do. I just work back and front. I don't focus on any, like, I don't do muscle groups. Like, I don't do like, oh, I'm gonna work my shoulders today. No, I do compound exercises. Because I have a huge amount of muscle imbalance from the blacksmithing, due to my right arm doing all of the work, really. So I do compound exercises where my right arm don't get to do all of the work. So we got a bit more heat in there, and the hope is that I will be able to shear this. Now the punch likes to get stuck. A way we can kind of work our way around that if we use some charcoal dust, but I figured it wouldn't be necessary. It might have to be. Come on, get out, get out. There we go. Cooling it off every time. Getting that plug out is proving to be incredibly difficult. I'm just looking in there because you can see if you're pushing the plug or not. Yeah, I am pushing the plug. So it is just a matter of shearing it. And for that we do want the brass a little bit colder, so let's hopefully be able to shear that out. A little plug will come out underneath once we get that done. What? Miss it. Come on, get out. Tricky, tricky. So punching the eye was really fast and quick, but getting that plug sheared out is proving to be a little bit of a bitch. That's just the way it goes. I'm gonna try and force it, even though I'm not, without heating up the brass. See if I can't get that sorted out. It just will not do it. Wow. Should be cold enough. Not again, motherfucker! That was one of my favorite handles too. We broke a hammer yesterday as well. Let's go for the 2 kilo. No, that was my 1500 gram. The one we broke yesterday was my main forging hammer at 1 kilo. God damn it, come on. Oh no, it fell under the table. Ah, god damn it. Everything is going bad now. This is proving, like, shearing a brass plug is proving to be almost impossible. That's interesting. It's simply just because the brass is so soft that you can't get it to break. It'll just continue to bend. And we want it cold because if it's warm or hot, then it just simply won't break on us. I'm gonna take a heat to see if I just can't punch it out a little bit more. Just real quick there.
But yeah, we have another hammer to fix later on if we run out of gas or something like that. Does he know what he's doing? Yes, he does. Blacksmithing is hard work and sometimes it takes a bit of hammering. Alright, I'm not paying attention to Twitch chat much either. Yes, I have dropped something for the bingo. Real blacksmiths are crying right now? No, they aren't. Because real blacksmiths know what brass forging is like. And most of them don't want to touch it because it's a pain in the ass. Dumbass wannabe pretend people make dumbass comments in chat though. There's still no way your muscles can look that defined with just compound exercise. What the fuck are you on about? Either you use your muscles and you don't need to be do isolated exercises to be defined. The trick is to don't be fat. That's what it is. Sorry to say, but that's what it is. If you're not fat, you don't you get to see muscles. That's how that works. Trying to see if I can't get this over there. Building up a little bit of frustration to get the necessary drive going on this thing. Thanks for the sub, Reverend. Let me see here. It's still not shearing, but it is getting close. Holy damn, like that is so difficult. I did not expect that. So normally when you're forging a brass hammer, punching the eye is the tricky part and then shearing that plug is easy. But here, punching the eye is easy, but getting it to shear is pretty much impossible. Because of how soft the brass is. Why a brass hammer? Because a brass hammer is good for striking tools where you don't want to hit steel on steel. It's also called a soft blow hammer because the brass is soft and it won't indent and mar stuff. So goddamn close. Like I can see that the brass is kind of cracking, but it's just not quite there. Damn. Now my tool is breaking here. I'm knocking off stuff from the punch that I'm using. That's why you wear an apron, because those pieces could fly off real quick. Get a piece of shrapnel in an artery. Get this out now. There we go. Gonna have to need the charcoal dust. Oh, we got it. Finally, we got that hole done. That took a while. Let me just show the camera. So that's what we wanted to do. I don't know if you guys can kind of tell, but there's a hole through there now. I would love to find that plug for you and show it, but I think it broke. Like it fell into pieces. There's a little bit of it there, but it's about a 5 mil thick plug that we got out of there. And this tool here needs to be replaced, because I've beaten that pretty well. Alright, we're gonna switch hammers. We're gonna do a little bit of cleanup on it, just with a hand hammer, 1 kilo. We got 7,300 people on the Reddit. And now we can move on with the next piece. Just gonna clean it up a little bit. We're gonna start out by annealing it, and the annealing process is really important that we do that often. Otherwise we're gonna run into some very annoying issues with the brass cracking and breaking on us. Let me see here. Hole is off center. Yes. How can the hole be made perfect? Grind on. No. We're gonna drift the hole later on, and we'll get it shaped up and positioned exactly where we want it later on once we got that drift working. So what we have done now is we've just punched the eye. It's a very preliminary step. Preliminary step. And we will be shaping and defining the eye later and getting it to the exact position and shape that we want it to. So now this is still going to be pretty hot. Can I grab this? Yeah, it's probably like 100 degrees. No. So this is about, we have about 1 kilo now here. A little bit of an eye that's a little bit off center. But that's alright, we'll sort that out. Should be easy enough on the brass, hopefully. We have annealed this so it's in a soft state. We have low risk of it breaking on us. I'm gonna put that in there. I'm gonna heat it up. I'm gonna take it out. I'm just gonna refine the shape a little bit because we've been beating it up a little bit here now. And brass is so soft that it takes. It's really easy to move around and push around. It's like butter. And so we're just gonna refine it, clean it up a little bit with a hand hammer here. Make sure we got the shapes that we want before we go on to shaping. Shaping the using the fullers to shape the body a little bit of it. We want to just do a little bit of detailing on it. We want to be very, very careful we don't overheat it. Brass melts at 900 degrees, it's forgeable at 800 degrees, and that forge burns at 1300 degrees Celsius. Well, basically basic. I also just did cool it off. It wasn't that hot. Do you think girls can become blacksmiths? Yes, they can. I personally know a couple. I have a regular viewer, Red Queen, on Twitch, who is a very, very good blacksmith. Better than I am. She's also been doing it for longer than I have. The tolerance to hold on to hot stuff just comes with time. Callous skin helps as well. Hope you're all having a nice day. We're just forging. Okay, so since we're just doing a little bit of correction, I'm gonna grab it in the eye. All I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take a look at it here and there. See if like is there anything. It's not really that bad actually. I thought it would be worse. Just kind of see if anything is way out of shape. If something got molested a little bit too much doing that. But I'm actually pretty happy with that. So that's good. That's good. We're not going to touch that anymore. What we're going to do now is we're going to get this to the press. Once it gets heated up again. Ja, we're making a fint nyt setup, du har lavet med udstyret. Tak. Sing while you work, or at least whistle. I have music in my ears, so that kind of messes stuff up. Why no gloves? I don't need gloves. I'm not touching it with my hands. Pretty hard to sing and whistle while I'm also talking to chat. Alright, we need more heat on it. I used to work as a choir and funeral singer for 8 years. Is it expensive to get into? Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be exactly. I've been forging for 2.5 years. Haven't worked with brass before, but it still looks way too cold to me. However, I know a little about bronze smithing. The fuck do you use a brass hammer for anyway? It's a soft blow hammer. Machinists use them, blacksmiths use them for striking tools. When you have stuff you don't want to mess up with steel on steel. But yeah, no, brass is worked at 800 degrees, so just as it gets incandescent. This is too hot now. No, that's actually perfect. Get this in the press over here. Oh, this is tricky to hold on to because it's so gummy. Yeah, no, I forgot the boots. Alright, that's what we got done there. Oh, that looks nice. I like that. We're just adding a little bit of detail to it. There's nothing fancy about this. A lot of talk about singing right now. I can do a little bit of singing. Let me see. Oh, for the money that ever I spent, I have spent them in good company, and of all the harm that ever I did, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for a want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So share to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be to you all. Of all the comrades that ever I had, they are sorry for my going away. And of all the sweethearts that ever I had, they would wish me one more day to stay. But as it falls into my lot that I must rise and you should not, I'll gently call, softly rise. Good night and joy be to you all. Just cleaning this up a little bit with a brush. Looking very, very nice, getting some nice detail on there. We're about getting ready to drifting the eye. So the detail we just put in there with the fullering tool on the fly press, it's just a little bit of this. So just get some really, really nice little side details there, nothing fancy. Just a little bit. Let me read the chat here. Why you don't audition for your local singing idol? Because I have better things to do. What are you making today? A brass hammer, soft blow hammer, pretty much, or soft hammer. The dogs are playing in the garden now, that's funny. What's the most impressive item you forged? I don't know. Milum, det er, når man har arbejdet med det i 8 år, og det altid har været sådan noget af kapella noget, så bliver man vant til det. Det er ikke et problem. Can you make knives? Yeah, I can. You listen to black metal or heavy metal? Yeah, sometimes. Right now it has this Inspirum in this, which is a sort of folk metal. Okay, so I'm gonna see here, what does this look like? This looks really nice. I love how that looks. So we're gonna move on to drifting the eye. And drifting the eye is the matter of shaping that up and getting it to where we want it to. Before we start doing that, I'm going to make sure I have a drift that fits that hole. I only have 2 drifts available, and I think this one will do the job. Yeah, it should. So this is the drift we're going to use. This one is another one. This is a through drift. It's good for axe heads. I will be needing a glove for this because I'll have my hand very close to the piece that radiates a lot of heat. So I'm going to be wearing a glove here so I can hold my hand here while I strike the tool. Very important. I am going to anneal it before I do this because drifting is going to stretch the eye, and if it is at a bad place, it might crack on us. So I'm going to heat it up, cool it down rapidly, which anneals the brass. And then we're gonna be drifting that eye afterwards. It'll take a little bit, but I'll have time to talk with you guys. Do you wish you could travel and blacksmith in the Viking Age? No, I like flushable toilets and vaccines and penicillin and all that shit. Yeah, Milam, there's about 5,500 who watches from Reddit and 100 from Twitch. If you want to watch from Twitch, it's got nice quality camera, and the chat is less hectic. I don't romanticize the past, and I don't glorify the murder, rape, and pillaging that the Vikings did. Unlike a lot of other dumbasses. It's like, oh, crimes against humanity and atrocities are okay as long as they're old enough. It's like, no, fuck off. People posting like Happy Lindy's Farm Day and shit like that on Facebook, and like, fuck off. Can you imagine, like, in 1,000 years, people will be thinking back on the Nazis like we think back on the Vikings now? Like, I'm not saying the Vikings were Nazis, but like there's a lot of good culture in Viking culture, but going and murdering people is not one of them. That got a little bit hot on us, hopefully it didn't crack. Just gonna do a preliminary inspection. Inspection. There we go, very good. Gonna heat that up again now. Now it's annealed, that's in a soft state. Very good. Glad you like it, Reverend. Do you do this for a hobby? I do it part-time. We have a lot of, like in Denmark, we have a lot of Viking reenactors and stuff, and they do a really good job of, like what they do is they show the culture and the craft and trades and the Viking life, but they don't glorify, at least most of them don't glorify the negative aspects of that time period. And I think that's a really important distinction, being able to show part of your culture and shit and not glorifying the horrible aspects of it. Most exotic metal you've worked with? Well, brass, that'll do it to you. I've been really angry, but thanks to you I feel much better. What? Just, what? Do we have a team of mates that will hit hot iron in a circle? I have one dude who comes by, his name is Jotun on Twitch. Comes by once in a while, every Monday actually, and hangs out. Hello, Lead Farmer. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Listen to Opeth while watching this. Yes, Opeth makes good shit. That's gonna be a beautiful hammer. If this works out, that's gonna be so good. Just gotta get that eye sorted, then I'm gonna grind the faces flat real quick, and then we have a nice hammer ready to handle. We don't have to harden brass, you don't do that. You can't. What was the first thing you made? A set of tongs. I actually have on YouTube chronicalized my entire learning process over the past 3 years. So you can go and watch me be bad at blacksmithing if you're not having enough of me being bad at blacksmithing here. Just heating that up. I've been doing this for 2.5 years. Started making YouTube videos when I started building up the forge. Why did I start? It sounded fun, so I did. Do you have just one big beefy arm? Yes. So cooling it rapidly will make the strength of the metal better. It'll make it softer when it comes to brass. Brass anneals when you rapidly cool it. Steel, carbon steel, hardens when you rapidly cool it. They are opposite like that. Headphones on, hearing aid, whatever. Oh, stuff going on. National legends can be bigger religions than religion. Yeah. A colleague of mine wrote an article about Anzac soldiers like 8 years ago and still gets death threats about it. Holy shit. Yeah, people are mad about stuff. Thankfully in Denmark we're pretty good at rooting out dumbasses in the reenacting communities. Oh fuck, how do I get this out again without ruining the sides of it? I didn't think about that. Shit. I don't want to hammer on it because it's brass. Brass will take a shape real fast. I'll have to get a The thing is, brass is so soft. If you hit it with a steel hammer, it'll break. I wish I had a brass hammer right now, or not break. It'll shape it up in a way I don't want to. What I need is my wooden hammer. So we started drifting this ever so slightly. Yeah, I just move the camera a little. Okay, so the idea is I get that out. I gotta. How the fuck do I get that out? I hope this will do. Otherwise, I'll have to use this thing right here. It's a little bit harder. But it's a hilariously sized hammer. No, I'm not gonna use that one. It's too big and heavy. I'm gonna use this one. It's got a sharp edge on it, which is nice. It is a comically big wood hammer and I love it. Oh fuck, I've been hammering that into the anvil. It moves so fast. Now it got all the way through, so we can do that trick there. Who likes my big hammer? Then we want to make sure we cool this off because this gets real hot. Alright, I was hammering that into the anvil for a while, but thankfully it's just mild steel, so it's not gonna dent it or anything like that. It is a circus hammer. I don't know what it was used for, it's just something I got with some tools I bought. How often do I hit my hand on accident? Not often, once a month maybe, max. It's purple because the camera doesn't show the color proper. You got proper camera colors on twitch.tv/MotitoWorkshop. Just follow the link down below. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can connect it to your Twitch account and give a Prime sub to me, and you get emotes and text-to-speech in the chat into my ears. It's very nice, and it's free money. It doesn't cost anything. It's part of your Amazon Prime subscription. Much love from Kentucky in the US. Appreciate it, man. Gas bill, about $3 to $4 an hour. Not UV, but infrared rather, working with iron, but close, but yeah, essentially. Mr. Ryami, I have no idea what, Ryami, that's hot, too hot in the hot tub, jump back, gonna kiss my, what? Main equipment furnace, a couple $100. That was close. I was like, fuck, I've spent like a little bit too long. It's a matter of 10-20 seconds before it gets too hot when it reaches temperature. If this has gotten too hot, I could have picked it, grabbed it with the tongs and just literally pulled it apart when I tried to move it because it would be so soft that its own weight would pull it apart under due to lack of its own integrity, or because of its own integrity being compromised. But it held up all right, which is nice. So we got a free anneal in there. Gonna heat that up again. Glad you guys are enjoying the broadcast. Really, really nice. Super happy about that. Hey, Bramwell. I'm sorry about not keeping up well with the chat. But Forging Brass is like that. Have you ever burned your schnitzel? No, I have not. Are you warm inside? I think. Couch blacksmith? Yeah. But I just gotta drift that eye out, and then we're done. Like then I forged a brass hammer in what, like an hour and 20 minutes thus far is how long I've been streaming. I'm glad you appreciated the real Billy. You can follow me on Reddit, or you can, but they don't give up notifications very often. So I recommend that you follow on Twitch instead, where you get notifications much more reliably. How can you tell when correct temperature is reached? Does it even does oven beef? No, I look at the color of the brass in this case. With steel, it's a lot easier. With steel, it doesn't get too hot in the forge. It doesn't burn hot enough to fuck up the steel, but the brass will melt if I let it sit in there for too long. So I gotta be a little bit careful with it. But I look at the color. Starting to run low on the propane. Ever work with nickel? No, you don't forge nickel. It's also like, yeah. See you later. Bruh. How did you start this as a hobby? I just did it. Bought an anvil, built a forge, started hammering. What do you mainly produce? Hammers, axes, knives? Axes out of those three is what I make most of. But I'll do all sorts of stuff. Whatever sells, whatever I feel like. The point about being a blacksmith is that you should be able to do pretty much anything. Har du workshops? Ja, jeg laver undervisning, når der ikke lige er corona-tilstanden. Så kører hold af 6 personer til sådan 8 timers svededag. Til 800 kroner per person. Gonna take a nap now? Alright, have a nice nap. Just heating this up nicely. After that, Anil. But yeah, so I'll get info up on did Billy? Yeah. Someone in Twitch chat says it's Billy. But yeah, so that'll be come up. Info on that will be up on the website martillo.dk soon when COVID kind of starts to allow for it. I think I could do it now, like after Monday, because we've got like 25 people restriction and it's kind of outdoors, and probably not. But I can do solo lessons as well. I do those, and that's just on an hourly basis, just like music lessons, for instance. Alright, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to be able to... Oh, I can just do this now. There we go. Huh. So that's one side. We've started drifting. I don't need this anymore. Just starting drifting that. We're going to turn it around and drift the other side a little bit. And we're going to make a hourglass-shaped eye. So that we have a little bit of a waist on the inside, right? So this is the side of the hammerhead, right? That's the side of the hammerhead. The eye should look like this, the inside, like kind of, and then of course you have the cheeks there, but it should be like hourglass shaped like that on the inside. Oh, welcome, Artcat. Now, if you hit your hands like that, the hammer will just kind of slide off. You're not going to break anything. It's not going to be comfortable, but you're not going to break anything. I'm going to switch to my 2 kilo. I would use my 1500 gram, but I broke the handle on that earlier, so. I'm running low on propane, but I'm hoping I can get to drift this eye before we run out. I would have liked to have a hexagonal shaped drift for hammers. That actually, I think that's a good eye shape for it. To be honest. And you'll notice I didn't create kind of those kind of fullers on the top and bottom side, and that's because I want a flat face here while I'm drifting that eye. So that's working out beautifully. We're not really moving a lot of material as we're doing this. My drift is turning brass. He doesn't do jobs in less than 2K. No. I don't do swords for a starting budget of less than 2,000 bucks. Swords specifically. I will make other stuff for way less. No. I will do. No. Don't limit my business for me. You think you'll make more roses? Yeah. But I do custom work. You can read about how that works on my website. There's a menu thing called custom work. Just read that. My biggest pet peeve is include a budget with your request or with your inquiry. I need to know what you're willing to spend on a project. Otherwise, I can't tell you whether or not I will do it. Right? If you want to buy something or have me make something, custom order something, if you want a hand-forged sword, the starting budget is $2,000 US. If your budget is not that or more, I will not even look at it. Because the swords take so much time. Like, it's a month worth of work. People underestimate how much work goes into making a sword. Starting to get better. Gonna drift this side some now. Once we've drifted that size, we're gonna anneal. And then we're gonna see if we want to drift it more or if we're okay with the size for it. It's a 1 kilo hammer or thereabouts. Been watching way too long to see you make a hammer. Can't imagine a sword. I forged out a sword blade. It took me about 12 hours to rough forge the blade out. But the biggest time consumer in forging swords is the fit and finish. It takes like so many hours. It's different from Japanese sword making. I don't do Japanese swords. I don't like them. Do you think you will ever try making a brass rose? Yes, I actually thought about doing that, but that's gonna be a pain in the ass, like so bad. Okay, this might be my last heat on this propane here. Then I gotta switch tanks. Deliberately moving the piece around a little bit so that the square hole that I'm hammering this into don't leave like a big mark on the brass. Alright, I think that's pretty good. We're not going to be swinging this a lot, so we don't need a huge eye to hold a lot of wood. I would like to do a little bit more drifting though. We're moving the brass very, very little. But I gotta anneal now. We'll see if I gotta switch tanks. It's alright, it doesn't take long, I just kinda don't want to bother. Alright, let me see here. Yeah, if you're making a traditional Japanese sword, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. I also run a coal forge. I have 2 propane forges and coal forge right there. I have more coal forges outside. I gotta look at. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So. Okay, we're running low on that thing. I'm just gonna let it run until I do the anneal and then switch to tanks. Okay, not dissing, but I've checked your work on your website and it looks rough but beautiful. Is this because that's the aesthetic you're going for, or because it's not worth the time to find details, the items? You gotta define what you mean by rough. Because yes, I do forged finish on my stuff. There's a reason for that. I'll explain once I got this out of the fire. So the reason why I don't like you, I'm guessing that you're thinking in terms of filing and you know like grinding, polishing, filing, make it like very nice polished up goods, right? So let's say, do I have an example of that? No, I don't actually have anything. But yeah, so the reason why I don't do that is because what I do as a blacksmith, there's a certain skill in forging to finish. That's like the phrase we use, forging to finish. You can forge to finish or you can grind to finish. And I strive for a very high quality or a high level of skill at the anvil. Not really for customers, but for me. Like I want to be a very good blacksmith. I want to be able to do everything and anything right here at the anvil with my hand hammer. I want to build up the skill. What a lot of people do is that they will forge something out rough. They forge thick is what you say in the US. Forge thick, grind thin. It's horrible advice. That is the advice of a bad blacksmith or bad bladesmith. Who has a low hammer skill, essentially. That's what that is. And what they do, they forge it very rough. It's not very pretty. They wouldn't be able to sell it as is. And so they go to the grinder and then they finish it up on the grinder and they polish it up and it looks really good. But there's very little skill involved. Or there's less skill involved. Like an amateur blacksmith can do that and make something that looks really good if they finish it on a grinder. What I do is I don't touch the grinder. I don't grind anything. I forge it to finish. What I will do is I will forge it to the finish it needs to have. An example is this axe head here. It's a tomahawk axe head. This is ground one place and one place only, where there's supposed to be an edge, right there. That's where it's ground. Everything else is forged to shape by my hammer. And that's why I don't do a high polish finish, because this is faster. If you have the skill to do this, this is faster and more efficient. And being able to get these crisp edges and crisp shapes, like forging the eye out and getting this done. A lot of people would forge or grind this in. The spike here, sorry, I gotta keep it in front of the camera, so they're a little bit offset. But a lot of people would grind this in. This is forged. This is done by hammer. And that is, that's why I don't do like that high polish, because that removes the visible skill level of the stuff that I do. It obfuscates just how precisely I want to forge things, or I do forge things. Like I have one here. This one is pretty bad. This is another type of tomahawk. It's an experiment. You can see the shape of the profile of it is off, so I'll have to grind that or file that. Normally I don't want to do that, but I'll have to do on this one when I decide to finish it up. I forge to finish the best as I can. And so when you look at stuff on my website, it is almost entirely all of it done right here at the hammer anvil with a hammer, with a hand hammer. That's how it's finished, all of it. And that's what I want to show off, as opposed to grinding it to finish. Do you sell any items? Yes, I sell most of the stuff that I make. Martilo.dk is my web shop. Ship internationally. Alright, so my forge is dying here, so we're gonna switch to propane. Gonna go to the 33 kilo tank. Oh, it got too cold. Let me just get some fire in there that'll self-combust. There we go. Got a fire. Martilo.dk. Yeah, no, Mad Mac, it's all right. It's all right. It's actually a good question because it does give me a chance to explain some of the thought processes behind what I do. So essentially, what it is, if you want to boil it down like real low, like to a real basic level, is if I were to polish up my stuff, I would be spending time and the increasing cost to obfuscate the skill level that I am forging with. That's essentially the basics of it. It sounds super elitist and being like, I'm so good, I forged, but it's just something I strive for. I don't always hit it, but it's something I strive for, and that's why I don't grind. I have my most expensive piece of equipment in this shop is my grinder. It cost me $1,000, and I don't really use it to finish anything. I use it as a quick, I gotta fix this real thing, and like real quick. And it's weird how that turned out. Because in the beginning I used the grinder a lot, but now I just don't. I just decided I don't wanna grind to finish. I forge. Coming from an ignorant observer and admirer of your work is impressive. Before your explanation behind what makes it important, everything beyond that is just that much more impressive. Silly as it may seem, you are the one smith I follow, I assume that's supposed to say. Yeah, thanks, I appreciate it. How long do you think a tree, but with wavy branches, would take cost like a tree for necklaces? Wavy branches, like, I think I spent like 2 or 3 hours on the tree that's available on the web shop. And I could probably do another one, like that kind of size and scale, in the same amount of time, and it's just a matter of shaping it all up. If you, Cotton Candy, if you wanna just sketch something out, post it on the Discord or send me an email. Sketch it out what you want, and I'll give you a better clue about it. Yeah, so I made a small tree on the shop. I assume you asked because you saw that and wanted something slightly different. But yeah, I could make one with more branches for jewelry. That would take a little bit longer, but otherwise, yeah. Yeah, no, traditional blacksmiths forge to finish, and they grinding and filing would be a lot of work and time, and they did spend a lot of time filing, but they really got they got really good at forging to finish because filing would take so much time and effort. And I got this mentality from volunteering at a museum where I demonstrate blacksmithing, where you don't have power tools. You have to forge to finish, otherwise you're going to be spending 4 hours filing the thing. And that's what got me into this mindset of being like, I'm going to forge to finish, fuck the grinder. What kind of trouble getting into today? Brass hammers. Rather just a brass hammer. Wait, you made a doggo command? That's funny. Yeah, exactly. 10 minutes at the anvil saves an hour at the filing bench. Or at the vise. So what you're saying is that the grinding, polishing is essentially a paint job. It doesn't affect the functionality of the piece. Yes. It's just a the easier, the lower skill requiring way of getting something to an acceptable finish. It takes less skill, it takes more time, but less skill to get there. And that's why you see a lot of beginners use the grinder as opposed to forging. And what I always say to people who are asking about advice for blacksmithing is that to remember, as soon as you're not standing at the anvil, you're no longer forging. The thing you are practicing and getting better at when you're not at the anvil is not blacksmithing. You gotta stay at the anvil to do blacksmithing. So if you want to learn how to blacksmith and become a good blacksmith, you gotta stay at the anvil. Fuck the grinder, stay at the anvil. This is looking very, very good. Alright, that's starting, that's looking nice. Getting it. Oh, I got water on my glove. I'm gonna give it one more on the other side. Right now I'm actually a little bit divided on an issue. The face of this hammer needs to be dressed. Normally I would want to forge the face flat and give it its shape and contours. The problem is, brass is so soft that I probably can't do that. So I'm gonna take it to the grinder and just dress the face when it's done. But I would really prefer to forge it in, but brass is just butter, and if I start hitting on it on the top there, even with the drift inside of the eye to help support it, the entire head will mush in on itself, and I can't do that. And that kind of bothers me a little bit, but it's just the way you gotta do brass. How long does it take to become an at least pro level or veteran level blacksmith? Give it a couple of decades. I've been doing this for 2.5 years for well over 1,000 hours total. Like I forge a lot more than most people who have been doing this for 2.5 years. And I'm just barely getting started. Like there's so many things I have little or no experience with yet. And that's just like, it takes so long to get good at blacksmithing. So I can say a lot of stuff and talk a lot of shit, but at least I try to stick to the stuff that I have experience with. But I'm also one of those people who I go very slowly forward. I don't rush to doing Damascus shit or stuff like that. Like I spent 2 years before forging, before I did my first forge weld. And forge welding is a basic blacksmithing technique. And I've done very little forge welding. I'll be doing a lot more of it soon, because now I got a nice cold forge going. Got the eyes drifted out. Just gonna take this. Just give it a little bit. Woo! All right, that's pretty good. We managed to keep these two sides really, really nice and flat while drifting that eye. These two sides not so much. They got roughed up a little bit by being picked up right back there. Just brushing it so that the light will shine off of it, so I can show you what it looks like in a moment. And remember, when I show you this, brass doesn't oxidize very fast in the forge. So all of the little nooks and kind of punches and stuff, like dents in it, it's from the tongue just holding on to it. All right. So this is the hammer we have forged out in exactly 1 hour and 46 minutes since starting the broadcast. And it's very, very nice, very happy with it. That is my second hammer that I've ever forged, and it is my first brass hammer. I might want to go in, I could have gone in with the fullering tool and just fuller that out a bit more. But let's keep it dense. I like it dense. I wonder if I should anneal it. I don't think I should. Considering I don't want to make it soft now. I actually kind of want to maybe work harden it a little bit. I'm gonna put this on its top here. This is just knocking down the most extreme sections a little bit. I'm gonna have to let this cool down. Alright, let me see here what the chat is saying. It is time for me to eat lunch as well. So I'm just gonna turn that off. We got a decent temperature, so I don't need the forge running. I'll be eating lunch now, but I'll remain on stream while I do that. And you guys can we can have a little bit of a chat, a little bit of a hangout. And I will be right back. How many traditional or artisanal blacksmiths are left in Denmark, your neck of the EU? In Denmark, that's maybe like a handful or 10. There's like maybe a handful who does does it professionally. Okay, be right back. I am back. Gonna move some of this stuff. God damn it, like this handle was perfectly shaped and hung on the hammerhead. 2 wedges, just wooden wedges, and it's just been working so well since I made it. And it just fucking broke on me. Piece of shit. And it's ash, like ash shouldn't break like that, but it did. We're eating some pasta salad. Alright, let me see here. Doesn't grinding also remove material and therefore can be counterproductive in some cases? Yes. It's a subtractive process, so it can weaken stuff if you're removing too much material. You're too humble, you're a hell of a blacksmith, from my admittedly ignorant point of view. Well, yeah. But yeah, the handle is always ash wood. It's the traditional European wood for handles. Elm has also been used and other types, but ash is really the gold standard for handles. You need to invest more on your handle crafting skills. No! This was a perfect, beautiful handle. It just so happens that I've been beating the shit out of this hammer for over a year. And so hammer handles will break. Thanks for the Prime sub, Scalath. I appreciate that. Really nice of you. Pasta salad is my food. It's very good. Like, so the reason why I eat pasta salad every stream is because it's very cheap, it's healthy, and I can prepare a lot of it really quickly. So every Sunday, I make lunch for the entire week, and it's just pasta salad. It takes like, what, 15 minutes? And I have lunch for the entire week. It's fantastic. It is true, I get better the more the handles break. That is true. This hammer handle is so old that it isn't even hand carved. I made it on the grinder, I ground it. I wonder if it's long enough that I can just like put it on further down. Oh, that's gonna be such a short handle though. God damn it. Eh. That was such a... God. I was so proud of that handle, but it's lasted me a long while. I think I was using that handle for at least a year. I like the metalwork more, yeah, by a lot. No, Reaper, I will ignore them all day. How much is the pasta salad, price-wise? I don't know. 10, 20 bucks? Probably like 10, 15 bucks. A tenner, a tenner maybe. So that's 30. Another tenner is 40. Yeah, it's something like 10 to 15 bucks. Yeah, it's a little bit late lunch because I started the stream late. I woke up at like past noon today. Jesus Christ, there's drooled. The meat is very expensive. I put in 300 grams of chicken. And that'll be the meat in my lunch for the week. Shadow, whether I polish up, it just depends on whether I polish it up or not. Hello, no war. Jesus Christ, Reaper. Meat once a week? No. It's just the amount of meat I put in my lunch that I eat throughout the week. Like Reaper, that's why I'm happy being a blacksmith. Because the only call I get in the middle of the night is the call of the fire. The irresistible need to forge. Lunch looks good. It is. Maybe Opal, maybe you should call your friend, yeah? Yeah, you almost missed lunch. Is there a traditional Danish meal you prepare? Not really. What do I generally eat for dinner? Um, it depends. If I'm busy, there's a lot of pre-prepared food going on. But if I have the time and energy to cook and stuff, I do a lot of like chicken wok rice stuff. And I do like do salmon, rice and veggies stuff. A lot of rice and veggies. I do tortillas. How much for a bottle of propane? And refill is 200 Danish, so that's something like 25 Yeah, 30 US, 35 US dollars. Whoopsie doodle. That's the one we did yesterday. Is this hot? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's hot. uh, we're gonna grind. See the water evaporating off of that. It's still pretty hot. Immediately evaporating. Are you married? No, I'm. I'm very much kind of single. Gotta get the. Yeah, I'm just me. Rice is so good though. Yeah, it is. You just gotta get the right type of rice. Hey, dog. Hi. Hello, friend. Hi, Bina. Hi, Bina. Come on. Hello, friend. Hello. Yes, I ate the pasta salad. No, you cannot have any. You're such a cute dog. Such a cute dog. Bye bye. Are the people there blind? Apparently. Never heard a guy use fuck and whoopsie doodle. It's usually one or the other. Are you just not interested in a relationship? I was in a 5-year relationship that ended last year. What was I doing? Right, we're gonna get to the grinder. We're just gonna finish up the what do you call it? The face of this, and I'm gonna see if I can't get the Reddit camera over there as well. So this is gonna film the grinding. It's not gonna be very visually pleasing, but it is all it's what I gotta do, right? So we're gonna take that there. You'll be able to see things. Can I grab this now? Is it too hot? I'm gonna grab my gloves. Gloves. Glove. I get over there and get this shaped up. So now the only people who will be able to communicate with me are the people who has text to speech.
yourself. A little bit too hot still. This fucking thing is heavy. Hey, Siren. Appreciate that. That's it.
We got that sorted out. Oh, don't drop it. Oh, that would suck. Welcome back. Thanks for the sub, Reaper. 9 months. That's very nice. By the way, for those who haven't heard, we just introduced emotes, personal emotes for tier 3 subs. So if you throw a tier 3 sub, you get to upload your own face and become an emote. And that emote will stay until you are no longer subscribed and someone else does a tier 3 sub and takes your spot. Why is that camera so white? I don't understand. Oh, the sun comes in, that's why. But this is what that looks like now. It's not a high polish or anything like. We just wanted to dress the hammer, so that we have a nice faces. What's gonna happen next? I'm gonna take a brush, and I'm gonna brush it vigorously. And that's just to clean up the patina. We're gonna leave the patina on there. I like that. I think we could sand it lightly to kind of just bring out the highlights. Oh yeah, that Mepis, the emote that Mepis posted up, that epic, or stop epic, sorry, that epic emote. That's a tier 3 sub emote. Highly recommend. Glad you guys are still watching, hanging out, even though it was a little bit off for a bit there while I did that grinding. I'm going for like 2 seconds, come back to a broken hammer. Oh yeah, that happened really early on. It's just been sitting on the floor. It's funny how brass is soft enough that a wire brush like this can do all sorts of scratching in it. So you can do like a kind of like a brushed steel looking look on it, except it's brass, brushed brass. So that gives us a consistent look on this, like a brushed look. This goes straight into my like muscle soreness, like lactic acid happening when you do this brushing. Okay, so I got some grinder marks here from the high grit belt that I didn't get rid of. But other than that, this is a very nice looking, nice way to finish up brass. Maybe a little bit of sanding just to bring out the highlights on the contours here. Is it cold enough now? Yeah, now it's just like really nice and hot. Yeah, who doesn't like watching me polish my hammer? We made a hammer from start to finish, like the hammer head, not the handle obviously, but from start to finish in 2 hours and 20 minutes. We've been streaming for 2 hours 20 minutes, and this is what we did. That's really nice. It's a little bit more than a kilo. This is a 1.5 kilo. I actually think it is more than 1.5 kilo. Yeah. This is something like 600 or 1600 gram, maybe 1700, 1800. It's heavier than this hammerhead. Nah, I'm not sure. Little bit hard time. It's a little bit heavier. I'd say like 1600 gram maybe. Okay, let me just get a little bit of sanding paper. Well, the scale, I don't have a fine scale here, so I won't be able to see anything that it weighs at least a kilo. I'm just gonna take this. And I'm just gonna do a little bit of a light highlight here, which just is oh so good. Thanks for the Prime sub, MTBS. Look at that. Like just compare it, like. So it's not polished up or anything. It is just highlighted a little bit with this, and we're gonna leave the patina on there. It looks like, you know how you buy stuff on eBay that's like fake old? Like a fake patina? And that's what this looks like, but it's real. This is what they are mimicking when they make those, I guess. Never thought about that. It's really nice, it's nice and warm. Ah, so nice. Oh no, what happened? That was like a oh, it's probably an update thing. Oh, it's something, yeah. This right here. Look, and all of this texture that's on here, that's from the tongs gripping it when it was hot. It's so soft that just gripping it with the tongs will leave those marks. But it creates a very nice texture. Obviously, if you wanted to, we could have ground that off and all that, but this is a nice look. And this is what, when Madcap asked earlier, like, why don't you do a high polish stuff? This is why. This is forged to finish. The only thing that is ground is the faces of the hammer, because those need to be dressed up. But everything else is forged, and it's forged to a very good parameter. I wonder if the eye is big enough, because it's a very heavy hammerhead, and the eye is a little bit small. But I'm hoping for the best. It's also a little bit off, like it's a little bit kicked to the side. But it's not gonna be something we swing like super vigorously. Hopefully, it'll be for. Oh fuck! I don't trust this hammer, to be honest. Maybe we'll put this hammer handle on there. Even though it'll be a very short one. But that's what we want. We're gonna do that. Just gonna reuse this. I'm not that thick, alright? Fucking, we don't need the apron now. I'll take it off. God damn it. There, happy? I just want to fix up my camera, it's so bright. The Reddit camera is way off, that's why. Come on. Do it, Reddit camera. Open up the menu. I'm waiting for you. Okay, it opened up, then it shut down again. Who doesn't like a tight fit? There, just darkening this a smidge. We're just gonna... No, don't stop. I'm not... Keep going. So we're just gonna carve this down a little bit. See what we can do. Thanks for the bits, C's. I'm gonna figure out what kind of... That handle doesn't look very comfy. What are you talking about? It's perfectly comfy. This is probably like a really good handle. I'm just reusing this one. No, this? Oh yeah, no. That's just so I have something for the axe to hit into that isn't the anvil. No, so we're just adjusting this thing. So it's this handle breaking wasn't so bad that it wasn't good for something. So this needs to be quite a bit smaller than it is right now, but we're gonna get there at some point. Alright. Won't the handle be too short? No, it's alright. Shorter handle means bigger control, so you can whack it harder without worrying about a mishit. And a brass hammer is going to be used for striking steel tools. So I don't think that's a problem. Alright, so we're getting this to a right size. So we're just gonna round that up if we can. Oh, we got a hello Luna Tuna. We got a little Luna Tuna in here. Now we're just rounding this up. a little bit. With a carving axe like this, you can get this shaped up very nicely. Still laughing about the tongue twister. Oh yeah. So for those who don't know, Luna Tuna last night was was tuning, looking at like the Danish language and stuff. And I was like, listen up. You gotta. I have a tongue twister for you. It's the best tongue twister. There's nothing that beats it. And it is apparently very hilarious. So for those who don't know it, it is død, rød, rådne, rød. Those are Danish words that all mean something, and it's quite fun. How do you secure it when it fits? Not a metal pin usually, but a wooden wedge. So it's a friction fit with a wooden wedge. It means dead red, rotten, red-eyed, smoked trout. Død, rød, rådne, rød. People in Luna's chat were like, that is the sound of someone deep throating. And it's not wrong. I don't think the hammer handle here broke. It just went, oh, you're making a brass hammer? I'd rather be on that one. I think that's what happened. It just told me that, you know what, I'd rather be something else. Oh, that's gonna be a cute little hammer. Fuck, I can't get it off now. That's what she said. No, oh, that's stuck. That is. Gee. God damn. What I need a tool for this. Oh, wrong tool. Just gonna have to can I not? No! I dropped the hammerhead. If you drop a brass hammerhead, it is gonna dent. Or no? Oh yeah. It's got a line right across the face now from hitting an edge. But that was the only damage it took. That's funny. It's so soft, that's why. Okay, I'm just gonna saw something off here that we don't need. Oh, it hit the Reddit camera? Well. It was the bottom plate of the vice stand that it hit that dented it. Alright, let's see how we fit this up now. Oh, god damn it, stop being almost about to drop it all the time. This is gonna take a little bit. Just gonna do that to help me fit it on there. It's got a nice looking hammer when it's done. This cute little dwarven looking thing. Yeah. Like, why does it get so stuck? Is it because brass is gummy? How do I remove the... It's just, yes, just settings. Damn, it doesn't want to come out. I'm gonna... There we go. Oh man, I gotta get that all the way down there. The head is so thick that I need to make this way deeper. God damn it, the text to speech that reads out giggity is just hilarious. Oh, you have experience with that, do you? Oh no. That's a little bit of like cracking going. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. it'll be for stricken tools. And just it. So to be honest, this was just mostly because I wanted to do it. Not a lot of blacksmiths use brass hammers for striking tools, but I'll have this and I can use it if I need a softer hammer. See you later, Copper Minted. I wonder if it'll be good for forging brass, but probably not. But it will be used for like hitting stuff that I don't want to make dents in, really. So yeah, striking tools. And maybe if I need to do some bending actions, where maybe a wood mallet is a little bit too light or soft. Then a brass one might be nice. I could make one and send to AVE. He did a couple of videos a while back where he machined out brass. Just to be like, yo, this is how you do it. And it took 2 hours as opposed to you fiddling with your fucking CNC machine. Don't want to go to sleep? Having too good of a time just hanging out. Or something, I don't know. You don't have to be up or anything tomorrow. Just cleaning up here. Wait, it's 9 AM and you haven't slept? Dude! You need sleep, my man. You can't just be like that. So now it's time to actually fit that on there and get it down to size. Grab this hammer. You'll wake up early-ish. The way you deal with insomnia is to stop trying to sleep and just think of it as resting. It's okay if you're not falling asleep, you're not doing anything, just laying in bed resting for an hour or two. That's it. That's how I do it when I have insomnia. It stops being about sleep and just being about resting. I listen to I listen to Warhammer 40k lore videos, which puts me to sleep like real quick. And if I can't sleep, then I just get to listen to get to listen to really good Warhammer 40k lore videos. Baltimore's Guide to Warhammer 40k or to Warhammer is really, really good. He does voice acting and stuff. Very good narrative stories. The eye is a little bit off, but other than that, it's pretty good. About halfway through. Damn, this is a stubby little dwarf hammer. Damn. It's gonna be nice. So we're down that far, which is, yeah, halfway. God damn. Such a long way to go. But really, I really want to recommend Baltimore's Guide to Warhammer on YouTube. Like, if you like a good voice to listen to, it doesn't even matter if you're into Warhammer 40k. He does a really good job of creating, like, he starts every video, or most videos, he starts with a little story that he wrote, and it's just kind of like a little snippet of a narrative that he shares, and then he goes into the detail afterward, and it's very nicely presented. So I highly recommend that you check out that Baltimore's Guide to Warhammer. And he's in my opinion, he's the best Warhammer lore video maker there is out there. But almost, like, he has very few subscribers. Like, maybe like 70,000 or something, which is nothing. Oh yeah, dogs snoring. It's always funny. got that cleaned up some more. It's going on straighter now. Whoo, boy. A little bit of work getting that on there. So it's not really... Now it's somewhere else where it's going against it. Yeah, it's not the bottom anymore. It's further up where it gets tight. So now it's the top up here. Just gonna clean that up. So this eye is drifted a little bit wrong. So it is hourglass shape, but it's narrower at the top part than it is at the bottom. So we need to tighten this up some more, or lighten this up some more, before we can get it where we need to get it to go. So you thinned that out some. Oh, careful. I'm really just forcing it because we're getting really close. Okay, so it seems to be good at the top there. Got a little bit of shaving off at the bottom. So the edge of the head eye is sharp enough that I can kind of shave my way to the last little bit that I need, just by hammering it like so. Now we got it all the way up there. Very good. I just needed to go a little bit further, but it's looking nice. So that'll be a... Look at this cute little hammer. That is the cutest little dwarf hammer if I've ever seen one. And it has a lot of weight to it. God damn, I didn't think I'd ever handle a hammer so small. Well, that's good. What I want to go in and do now is just get rid of these shavings here. If I can with this, if they're not too thick. Seems a little bit tricky right now. Alright, I'm gonna have to take that off again.
Oh wow, that is well unstuck. I'm not gonna get that out again. I'm not gonna bother doing that. Mostly because if it's sitting that well in there, it'll never come out if I wedge it. So what I'm gonna do instead, just gonna do it like this. No, no way, Miss Bispo isn't getting this one. This is mine. Okay, I'm just gonna get that hammered in there just a little bit more. Very good. That's where we're gonna leave it. So, gonna clean that up again though. There we go. Okay, so we got a little bit of a transition here to deal with. That's just a matter of a little bit of a cleanup. I'm just gonna go around the edge here. Are you finally gonna make Jotun's apron? Yeah, cockroach peep. Don't talk to Tonal Biscuit like that, Miss Bispo. That's very rude.
Very, very nice. This is. Well, what do I mean? I can take things. Can take this hammer and smack your face in. That escalated quickly. Because you be silly. That's why you delayed. That's why you delayed. We don't need a little chat. We'll have a screaming fight. We should just conclude that Jotun doesn't deserve an apron. You're making the apron and we're standing next to you. You're doing it wrong the entire time. Alright, we have... got that sorted. What I want to do... I'm just gonna... if I can, ever so slightly bevel this edge here. It's probably easier doing that with a file, but I really don't want to accidentally run a file over this. It's Friday? Oh, right, drunken. Special guest. Alright, we gotta make a wedge. So I'm gonna start by that wedge and then that wedge, alright. Got something in my mouth. I don't know what that was, probably a piece of wood. So this is, for instance, a case where you want to use a brass hammer. Hello! Thanks for the raid, Tefi Loka. Good day, good day. So this is what you want to use a brass hammer for. Fuck, God damn it. God, mother... Little oak. It's a little bit crooked, okay? Makes it very difficult. Just... Have a nice day indeed. Yeah, that helps. So the idea is you can, for instance, do this with a brass hammer. You can hit your axe without fucking up the axe. just tricky because this is an off-centered thing. Fine, I'll use a different. It being an asymmetrical grind means that it's really kind of tricky, so we're gonna bring out the other, like the different hatchet, which should allow me. God damn it! I'm so bad at this. It doesn't help that this is charred on the outside, which hardens it, makes it more difficult for the axe to get into the wood. There we go. That was trickier than it should be. Big ass sledgehammer. Okay, so we're gonna get this full width. So we're gonna just carve this wedge to shape. And now here we don't use tape, we just cry about things not working. I do have a grinder, but I don't want to try and grind this in because I'm not going to be able to hold on to this and pull it up against the grinder. I'm just going to fuck up my fingers. I'd much rather do this. I generally try to avoid using the grinder for wood too, just because it gums up the belts and creates a bunch of sawdust, and I hate having sawdust in the shop. Sticky tape is Scotch tape, right? See you later, MTV. That's the first wedge done here. Little bit of glue just down here at the bottom of the wedge should do.
Oh, I forgot to need to create a little bit of an edge to start that wedge in. Nah, it's all right. When it's cold and I'm sweating, it's not a problem with the hydrating. So now we got that started. That's sitting nicely in the wedge there. Gonna take this upside down. Just hammer that in. You do this upside down like this, so you get even pressure on the wedge as you force it in and split the wood. You could also take this over to the fly press with a flat die on it and just simply squeeze it in. That's probably a better way of doing it actually. So for instance, I could get this up there. Normally my hammer handles are too long for me to do this, but for this one it fits underneath there. So I can put it in. Alright, there you go. I got it all the way in and now it's starting to break. So I'm gonna get rid of the excess glue. And then we're gonna God damn it, you two, you dumbass. Good night, good night. Okay, so we have now a wedge more to create.
Okay, so we got that wedge done. I'm not gonna clean it up at the top there because it's not gonna go that far down into this. Because of how tight this is, but that's alright. It's got a good size to it. I'm gonna give it a little bit of glue, get that started out. It's a little bit fatter than what I would like actually, so we're just gonna ever so slightly thin that down. So we got that thinned down just a little bit. So we can now give it some glue. A little bit of glue, like there. Got plenty of glue on here. Gonna go over here and see if we can't get that in there. Let me just start out by setting it so it is where it needs to be. So that's sitting nicely, should be able to go into the eye, hopefully. Oh. I think I need to set that a little bit more before I can do that. Because you kind of want to bend on me. Oh, nope, never mind. It already broke on me. It actually, I couldn't really get it in there. It's just kind of like slided to the side. That's interesting. Shape that off. It is so tight that I couldn't even get it to get in there. Like it went in about a mil. But it makes sense, it's pretty tight already. I don't know what the hell is going on with my Twitch chat, by the way. It's just talking with plants and stuff. You guys are weird. Imagine if I came out here and talked to my hammer so they would swing better. Weird. Alright. We got a hammer. It is done. It is sitting nicely. It is a heavy hammer. Something like it's definitely 1500 grams, maybe 1700. This will do. Books, plants, and animals. There's actually a book series called Hammer and Anvil, which pops up every time you search for smithing tools. Maybe I should read them that. Oh yeah, if I spoke, I should tell stories to my chat and then the stream will grow. Yeah, that's true. The cool thing about having a hexagonal hammer is that you can put it like this and it'll just sit like that. How cool is that? It's very nice. You don't have to do it like this. Whoop. Even over the edge. Right now I'm just cleaning it all up. Yeah, looks very nice. Gonna put some of these back where they belong. Of course you should have a forge. Every new house should have a forge. Gonna give this some oil. This is just linseed. Now the handle has already had linseed, but up here it obviously doesn't. So we're just gonna have to do this to try and... I don't think you really gain anything. It's just a way... Well, okay, so by narrowing that transition, normally on a hammer, what you do is you bring the face forward out from the hay braking cabinet. It brings the face further out from the hammer handle. So you get more... You can see here when I'm holding on to this right here, my fingers are actually kind of close to this, which can be a little bit tricky. It's not a problem, but it brings out the face further, which can be a nice thing to do further out. But other than that, I can't really think of a reason. There probably might be some other reason, just not one that I know of. Just gonna give this a little bit of... A little bit of oil there, plenty of oil. Okay, a little bit much. Didn't meant to dip the entire thing in there, but it brings out the contrast nicely.
let's just go with it. We're oiling up the entire hammer now. You don't need to oil up brass, but yeah, that's what's happening now. Gotta get rid of the excess there. But it's just a nice aesthetic choice, creating those kind of fullers there. At least in this case. That is a cute little hammer, very dwarven to me. Okay, let me just get rid of the oil here. So that's it, that's the project done. Is the camera even in focus? Oh yeah, it is, alright. Well, that's the product, that's the brass hammer forged out. And that took a total of, with lunch break and everything and handling it, with this reused handle, 3 hours and 30 minutes. That's the length of the broadcast today, thus far. That's really, and what would look really good if I charred the handle, made it dark and no one wants bedrooms, that's perfect. I'm gonna fix the other hammer. Yeah, I should. I need that hammer. It's we might spend a little bit of time for sort that hammer out. If I have some, I have ash somewhere. I just need to find it. But I'm really happy with this. You can just place it like this, and it'll sit like that, like a little sculpture. But yeah, so we're not finishing yet. Okay, soon though. But it's a brass hammer, so it's not exactly it's not a dead blow hammer. That's something else. But it's a soft blow hammer, so you have a softer material you're striking with. So whatever you're hitting shouldn't take as much damage. So if you're using it on a stricken tool, like a steel stricken tool, you can use this, and it won't fuck up the steel. It will fuck up the hammer though. Or if you're doing some bending action, you know, I sometimes use wood to hit the steel, but you need a bit more weight behind it. You can use brass instead. It's mostly just an exercise in forging, really. More than anything, just an exercise in forging brass and what that's like. But it's really cool. It's heavy as fuck. Like, is brass denser than steel? I don't know. It feels like it might be denser than steel. You could engrave it. I have a brass logo. I could heat up this brass and then indent it with my other brass logo. That could be done. Too late now, obviously, but I could have done that. But since I don't really care too much about it, putting my logo on things currently. Looking at this, we actually have a no. That's probably just that's a scratch. It's just kind of, sometimes you can look over it afterward and see small cracks that have happened. But it seems like this is a big hunk of brass. But so I forged out the hammerhead here like the hammerhead got forged out in like an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe. And where did I put the? Oh, it's in the machine still. So I can very, very easily make more brass hammers if I want to make those and sell. Machinists use them. Yeah, 2 hours or less.
We started out with this, lopped off a chunk, and I have another piece of this that's like this tall, so I have a shit ton of brass. So we can forge out these kind of hammers real nice, real easy. It's 8% denser. All right. Then it makes sense that it's heavier than this. This is 1500 gram, and we got a little bit more in this. So 1600. What's 8% of 1600? That's about 100 gram. And I guessed at like 1600 to 1700. So I think 1700 is probably a pretty good fit, weight-wise. Well, it's just a coincidence I choose to make the hammer hexagonal because I have a hexagonal starting stock. It's turning brass. Who hosted? It didn't show up in chat. Someone hosted me for a shit ton of viewers. I don't know who did that. It didn't tell me the name. What's my opinion about on chainmail? It is armor that is nice. Silent Raiders. No, it was a host, I think. Oh, Fish Cup. There we go. Hello, welcome. I do not know who you are, but good day. We have just forged out this hammer here today out of brass. I do blacksmithing for those who don't know. We have been we've been forging out this brass from this hunk of steel, or not steel. We didn't change from steel to brass. We took this piece of brass, cut off a lump, forged out a hammer, nice hexagonal hammer. It took us 3 hours to do and handle it as well. We also broke another hammer in the process, but that's just how it goes. And then we took that handle that broke off of this hammer and put it onto this hammer, which is beautiful. But I forge things for those who don't know. There's a big difference in the structural quality of something forged and something cast. Kind of and kind of not. If you forge it proper and cast it proper, it is the same. But when you forge something, there is a risk that you cause microfractures that can lower the quality of something if you do it wrong. It is a minuscule risk. It is not something you really have to be concerned with, usually. Yeah, we're going to fix the old hammer. It's not something you usually have to worry about. And again, with casting, when you cast things, you can mess up the casting. Usually it is a matter of having voids in there and stuff like that fucks it up. What do I have over here? Oh, look, a piece of... there's a knot in there, we can't use that. Okay, we have some other broken handles we can maybe reuse. The original length of that handle might be... Let's see here. Can we reuse this? This was a decent hammer handle. I actually intended to use this on the brass hammer to begin with, but that's nicer. I'll go for this. That's a good one. This one is nice as well. It's just a little bit too short. Yeah, I'll go with this one. I'll give it a little bit of a longer handle. Let's do that. Okay. Where do we put this? Oh, I have my brass is way over there. I'm just gonna put it here. Let's see here. God, that's a shit ton of people. What do you do, fish man? Fish cup? Fishy dude? On your stream? Yeah, it's looking good. So what I want to do now, grab punch. Just gonna clean up that eye. Turn the camera over there. Gonna need a hammer. Oh, look how well handled that was. That took a while to get out. There we go. Come again. I just what you do. Yeah. Oh, you play. Okay, we play games. Yeah. Valheim. Yeah. Pronounce what? Yeah, right. Valheim. That's what. That's how we pronounce it in Danish. Valheim. No. But Valheim. Just Valheim. Yeah. Right. What was I doing? Shaping up this handle here. So we had this handle. What happened to that? Oh right, it lost. The hammerhead just flew off or something. I don't know. Can't remember. I'm just gonna force this in there. I'm just gonna see if we can't force this on here. There we go. We've been doing a lot of handle fixing the past couple of days. Just forcing this on here, see if we get a good fit. Get a carving axe out. Yeah, so for those who are just tuning in here, I do blacksmithing, and I broadcast every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we make all sorts of things. Wednesday is Wands Day, so we make Harry Potter style wands on Wednesdays. Yesterday, we created this. This is forged out of mild steel, and then it's given a brass gilding, so a coating of brass with a brass brush. And it creates a very nice little wand, and be like, wow, Limgardium Leviosa. I have more of these available on my Instagram. You can check out, or on my web shop, martilo.dk. Have a nice time. Thanks for the host again, Fish Cup. And raid, whatever that was. It didn't pop up on my chat, so I don't know what happened, but that was nice of you. And right now we're just handling hammers, just doing some maintenance stuff. And the way I handle my hammer is I carve a handle. Obviously we're using spare handles today from that already lost their hammerheads earlier, and I made new handles for. But I carved my handles just with this carving axe here out of ash wood. That's how I like to do it. Gives me a lot of control about the shape and feel of the handle. And when you're doing blacksmithing, swinging a hammer thousands of times during a day, you really need that handle to be just about perfect. And so getting up close and dirty to it and be able to see exactly the shape you get and the feel and the texture and stuff like that, it really helps a lot. This handle isn't great, but it's good enough for this hammer. This is not a main hammer. This is a hammer I use once in a while for a short burst. So it's okay, the hammer isn't absolutely perfect, or the handle isn't absolutely perfect. But I can come in here and just clean it up a little bit. If there's a spot where I can tell, oh, right there, that's gonna be a little bit annoying when I use it next time. So just come in here, just kind of carve that up a little bit. If there's any like ridges or anything like that you call a hot spot, where when you hammer, the shock will kind of like concentrate there and into your hand. It won't be very comfy. You can just get rid of that. But we make all sorts of stuff. Just depending on kind of what's selling. If I got a custom order in. Recently we spent some time hammering out a sword blade. Have one in the works as well right now. That's for excessive profanity. We're making a executioner's sword for him. And then today we made this brass hammer on the anvil, just because I kind of been wanting to forge a little bit of brass. We made a brass wand last week, like a solid brass wand. That'll be up on the shop soon, one of these days. My music died. Oh, there it go. Came back. If you want to listen to the music I am, !music will give you a link to supermagiclink.com/MatiloWorkshop. And from there you can watch the stream with a separate player of the music I listen to on Spotify. And these days I'm listening to Ensiferum. It's usually changed, and I'll kind of just spend a lot of time listening to a certain... think of making the handle for the sword at all. Well, I will be making the handle for the sword. I just don't know when or how, or I'll figure that out when I do it. Alright, we got just cleaned that up a little bit. Just made it a little bit nicer for us. You can kind of keep going on this and make it nicer and nicer and nicer. The thing about blacksmithing handles is they have to be very particular. You can't have varnish on them. You can't have them too smooth or too coarse. They're very kind of like, it has to be just right. Otherwise you will develop issues. It's like a professional sports person and their gear, it has to be exactly right. Otherwise it's gonna fuck them up. And you will fuck up yourself if you run gear or tooling that isn't proper set up for you. And unfortunately a lot of people do get fucked up like that when they get into blacksmithing. They run tooling that they shouldn't. So we got this on there. We're gonna just cut off the top of this and put in a new wedge. That should be nice and easy. Oh, that'll be a heavy hammer to swing. Right, oh alright, I took this off because it was too narrow for my main hammer. But for this, I'll probably won't be using it that far down. This should probably be fine. That'll be good. Just gonna put that in the vise. Let me do it like so. Put the camera over there on it. Let me see here. Anything interesting going on in the chat? Not really. So I'm gonna cut that off there. The saw will oftentimes want to kind of slide out of there. So just want to grab it with two hands. Gonna take the axe, just help carve this or clean this up. We already have a wedge in here from previously when we used this handle, but that's alright, we can ignore that. Oh, don't worry about it, Nessie. I'm just talking out loud, or thinking out loud rather. Hello Dark Slauby, we have been forging and handling a brass hammer. This one, nice little dwarven looking hammer. We forged that out in solid brass earlier, took a couple of hours. And now we are rehandling this hammer that broke during that forging. I like your work, man. Very talented. Your streams are awesome. I'm balls deep in your VODs at the moment. Oh shit. Glad you like it. I need to get on YouTube as well. I think this brass hammer forging, I'll get that edited down into a YouTube video. It's just getting the time to do it, or hiring someone to do it. I have someone I can ask to do it. Just costs a bit of monies, but that's just good. good fun. How do you gouge out a good size for your hammer handle? What is too narrow, too late, or too wide? Size like for hand, my hand fit. It's something you learn with time. What size handle you should have. In the beginning, I got like real like severe pain in my hand, like kind of like crunchy. I don't know what. Like it was weird. And that was because my hammer handles were too small. I didn't realize that with such long fingers as I have, I need my hammer handle to be a very particular size. This is the bare minimum for my hammer handle. This one is really good. And for my, hey Epic. Oh wait, what? Who would do it? What? Oh yeah, he would do it for pay. Yeah, this is the perfect size hammer handle. This is my main forging hammer I just recently handled. And I was very particular in the size for that. This is pretty much perfectly shaped. Coincidentally, this handle actually resembles my Guildmaster's hammer handle a lot with the way that it flares out, and that's probably not a coincidence. It's probably just like the way that works. Just yeah, but it's a matter of I know that I need about 3 centimeters, 3 centimeter diameter on my hammer handle approximately, a slight oval shape, and that's it, and then a flare out at the bottom, obviously. That's what I need. Hey, thanks for the raid, Kyle Gio. That's how the voice text to speech pronounced it. I don't know if that's the actual name of your channel. But yeah, so we gotta create some wedges for this. This handle can go away. So we're gonna get some wedges done. Let's just sort that out. Get the camera stand sorted out a little bit. There we go. Wedges don't need to be very long, so we'll just cut it out there. We're using oak for wedges because it's what I have. You can also use walnut or something else. You usually want to use a good hard wood for the wedge. I like this track. Right, so we have a little bit of a small lump of wood here. Hope you have had a nice stream, Kyle. I don't know what you do on your stream, but all right. We're rehandling a hammer here that broke during the forging of this brass hammer. So we forged out this brass hammer from a piece of hexagonal turning brass. Brass being 30% zinc, about 70% copper, and turning brass having about 3% lead. I don't know if that's taken from the copper or zinc side of things, but forged this out, took about 2 hours, put a handle on it. And now we're just rehandling this hammer that broke during that forging. Alright, so you do creative stuff, you glass blowing. Alright, yeah. I used to watch someone called Pokeranger, or Pokey Ranger, who did glass blowing, like the first glass blowing streamer on Twitch, but he kind of disappeared. He tunes in once in a while, but haven't seen him in a while. There are quite a few glass blowers on Twitch now. So what was that? I can't read the my own alerts. I don't know what happened there. Okay, I'm just gonna try and see if I can split this. This is where a different axe is nicer. Oh, it was the XP! Bring out the axe to murder the bitch. No, Hey Cody. Just a bunch of party crashers. Do you need to see what I made a dwarf hammer today. With this, I forged out a brass hammer out of solid brass today. Put a handle on it. There was my mate, like a hammer broke while I was forging this out, so we took that handle and put onto this hammer just to punish it. And so this is very nice. And we got that done, so now just rehandling the first the first hammer that broke. And we broke a hammer yesterday too. I don't know what is up with all the hammers we're breaking. Leoval is raiding with a party of 11. Why the fuck? I had like fucking 4 raids within the like past 20 minutes. Jesus Christ. But hello everyone. If you wonder what you use a brass hammer for, you use it for striking stuff you don't want to mess up. So for instance, a steel axe, you don't want to hit steel on steel, so you can use your brass hammer to hit that. I hope you had a good stream, Cody, and also Leo, who just did the raiding stuff. If I were drowning in raids, I don't know even. I can't respond to it. I just need to figure out what I want to wedge most. Okay, I'm gonna start out there. Probably gonna work that out here. We don't need this, I don't know why that's there. So we're just gonna get the carving axe out. More undead fuckery. Oh yeah, you're right, you're going ham on the 40k shit. Well, which side was I? Yeah, I was like, kind of like, I was following along the other day. Was that yesterday? The day before yesterday? For a while. Most of the day actually. Just kind of being like, I used to do video games. I used to have fun playing video games. What happened? Whoopsie doodle. All right, it's gonna be this side we're gonna use that fits better. So yeah, we're handling this the old school way. So carving axe. It's just a quick way of, well, it's not the quick way, but it's a simple way of making a wooden wedge. None of this is quick. Let's be fucking honest. For those who haven't been here before, we do blacksmithing here, and then we break hammers and we rehandle them because that's what blacksmiths do. And I in particular do it usually in a very slow and traditional way because I enjoy that. And we recently forged out a Viking sword blade, and I have now started forging out a blade for Cody's executioner sword. It's slow going. Currently it's one of those things that I pull out when I'm kind of bored, just like other swords. Don't take it out of context. Kind of pull it out once in a while when I don't have anything else that is pushing my attention. I'm just, I couldn't even set that down. So this is the sword thus far. Right now I'm just pulling this out to about 4.5 to 5 centimeters width. And I'm gonna do that down most of the length of this. So we're drawing that out and getting that shaped out. And we just kind of spent like 10 minutes on it yesterday and 10 minutes on it the other day. Just getting a little bit done. Oh, I just turned off my monitor. I clicked the wrong button. My big ass TV I use for my chat it turns off after like 4 hours. And I wanted to not do that, and then I accidentally turned it off by trying to not make it turn it off. I don't know why I'm this retarded. I hate technology. But one of these days, it'll be when the like when COVID pisses off, we'll be spending a lot more time on getting it done. But right now, they just prolonged the majority of all the restrictions until the like end of March or something. I did wake up late today, that's true. Woke up past noon. Hello Tau Games, haven't seen you for a while. If the metal cracked, would you just melt it down or try again? I can do that with brass. I can melt down brass if I fuck it up. But you can't do that with steel. Because you burn off the carbon content when you before you can even melt it down. And so you end up with garbage. But brass is just brass, so you can melt that down all you want. And it'll be just fine. Okay, I'm just gonna thin this down. Yeah, I'm hoping that we can start open up during the summer, which is the plan, I think. Well, they opened up like some more stores and a little bit of kind of sports activities, like as long as it's outdoors, and some schools opened back up a little bit. And it was kind of like they had to open up something because there's a lot of pressure on them now to start opening up. I know it's ridiculous. So they had to open up something, and they kind of went like, okay, we're gonna open these things up, and in the middle of April we're gonna have like 900 people admitted to hospital because of it. But that's the risk we're gonna take. It's just insane we gotten to that point where they have to go out and like be like, all right, people are complaining, so we're gonna open up and it's gonna kill this amount of people. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this carving axe. We just take the axe here, we just do this. That just marks and opens up this a little bit. Gives us a little bit of a crack there. Gotta get some glue. Just a little bit of wood glue on here. Just get that spread out. We like that goop everywhere. Wipe that off. There we go. And we're gonna set that in there. Hopefully without breaking anything. Okay, we just got that started. Now we're gonna take it, we're gonna turn it around. The reason why we do that is because then we get even pressure from the anvil and up. And it's less likely to break. And we can start hammering this in. Now we didn't cut a curve, we didn't saw a wedge or anything like that. The wood is splitting, the wooden wedge is splitting the handle for us. That'll give us a much tighter fit than if we pre-split it. This is the old school way of doing it. And this nice brass hammer has a lot of weight in it, so we can really get that in there. And the wood will tell us when it is done. It'll just stop going in and it'll start breaking the wedge. A little bit concerning is that we put this wedge all the way in and it's still not tight enough. But it did spread out this and got a little bit of a good shape to it, so that's alright. Just gonna get a little bit there. We could always put another wedge inside of the other. We could keep wedging it out until we get it where we want it to. That's all right. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do a cross wedge now. So we're gonna, this one is probably, yeah, it's way too short, so we don't need that. What we do need is get an idea of the side that we need here. We're gonna take this, I'm gonna split it. That's gonna be the next wedge. Uh-oh, my what is going on with my headphones? Come on. There we go. Carving X. There we go. So we're gonna, that's gonna sit there. It's gonna be a little bit of a short wedge, but it's alright. First off, we're gonna get this to a right height. This being oak, a little bit tricky to shape up. Especially when we're cutting cross grain. Okay, well, I'm not sure we like that. So we're gonna start. Oh man, my headphones shut off. Open that back up again. They shut off after a while again for some reason. Come on, there we go. Let's see here. Gotta get that thickness sorted out. There we go, I got my headphones going again. Hopefully, yeah. How wide is this? Okay, gonna grab this, get a little bit of that off. There we go. Yeah, that's the thickness we want. Maybe a little bit short, but that's alright. Time to thin this out, get that sharp, made wedge shaped. Real quick and easy. Like I could do this at the grinder, but having to hold this up against the grinder is tricky. But I have a lot of control with my axe because, well, I swing a hammer all day and an axe weighs nothing. So it's just easy for me to control a carving axe. So we're just shaping this up nicely into a little bit of a wedge. Trying to not spend too much time on it, just has to work. When COVID hit in Denmark and we got the first restrictions, there were people who went shopping and they hoarded like French fries and sausages. They like filled up like carts of French fries and sausages, and it's like just a normal family of 4, and it's like, okay, you're gonna live off of that for like the next 6 months. Are you retarded? Like what is? And it was so silly because everything was back to normal the day after. Everyone just freaked out the day of the announcement. So fucking dumb. But I love how like ashamed those people were afterwards and just like, oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Hopefully they didn't rationalize it enough. But right now people are freaking out and crying about how hairdressers aren't open. It's like, oh no, how dare you not open up hairdressers? Is there any scientific basis for you not opening up hairdressers? Oh, maybe because there's a fucking pandemic going on. Maybe that's the scientific fucking basis of not opening up hairdressers, motherfucker. You dumb cunt. Like, you look like a bitch whether or not you've had your hair cut on. Like, so who cares? But the hilarious part about having long hair and always having been like, yeah, why don't you cut your hair? Because this is easier, it's practical. Suddenly COVID hits, and for the past year I've been like, this is what I've been waiting for. This is why I have long hair. Now you know how practical it is not having to go see a fucking hairdresser every other month. I just gotta thin this out proper. In Denmark, people hoarded toilet paper, and it was back the next day. And it's like, are you fucking dumb? I just cut it myself. It's not totally even, but it looks fine. Yeah, there, you can just cut your own hair. Who gives a shit? It's not like you're going to like go out much during COVID anyway. Like, who literally fucking cares? You're supposed to not be seeing a bunch of people anyway. This is the perfect time to ever try out something new. Just like grow your beard out. I know you're a woman, just grow out your beard. It's fine, you can do that. No one is gonna judge you. Like, I shaved my beard. We shut down in mid-December, I shaved by the 25th. It's like, this is the perfect time to shave my beard and see what that looks like. Alright, so I need this to just be a slight bit tighter. Okay, we're getting closer. Alright, it's still a little bit thick. Alright, this is a very, very fat wedge. But whoever had issue with a little bit of fat. So I'm gonna mark where that wedge goes with this, so we have a good starting point for it to, like, groove for it to start in. Right, so that's the start of that groove. I'm gonna give it a little bit of glue. The glue is there to stop it from sliding back out, because they do want to do that, especially when they're not very deep wedges. Starting to get a little bit chill in here. The forge has been off for a while. The sun is setting. There we go. Just gonna take this, and hopefully we'll be able to set it down in there. So let's see if we can't get this down here. Alright, so it cracked in the middle, just down right the center. That's just the way it goes. It's usually not a problem. So we've pretty much put that as far in as we can. We've mushroomed it out a ton. So I'm gonna leave it there. I don't think it's gonna get any better. Gonna get rid of it. Just saw off the excess. Yeah, crack down the middle. Yeah, chat's always like that. Alright, for those who don't know, if you're subscribed to the channel, you get text-to-speech right into my ears, so you can whisper me sweet nothings. And tier 3 subs, they get to upload their own face as an emote, if you would like an emote on the channel. We currently have one tier 3 sub right now, and it is Stop Epic. It's a Epic Ninja Elephant's face, who is an old balding man in his 40s. And I know him personally, and it's kind of funny. Someone spam that emote, please. It's so good. It's the best way to get emotes on your on your channel. It's just like you can buy an emote slot if you subscribe. We just say don't let the door hit you on the way out. Kinda. Is that Epic spam then? Yes, it is. He hasn't tuned in after I uploaded that, so I'm kind of looking forward to when he comes back. Just kind of cleaning this up a little bit. So that's now our handled hammer here. That should be fine. If it gets a little bit loose, we'll give it a barrel wedge, which is a steel wedge. That should keep it in place. Gonna handle the axis over here again. Let's clean this up. We got stuff on the floor for some reason. See, I'm just like, being like, hey, Reverend, you have like a really pretty face, don't you want to have, it should be an emote or something. And try to get people to subscribe. Is he still making the brass hammer? No, I finished up the brass hammer. This one right here. But I will be, I just rehandled this one that broke earlier with a handle we already had available. That's a good, we can swing this, let me see here, just a sacrificial piece of wood. Yeah, that works. That swings very nicely. I like that. Have a little bit of an iffy thing going on here. These go over there. Just need the carving axe again. I've got to clean up. It's a little bit top heavy this, but I really gotta. It's split a little bit down here. Just gonna get rid of that. It mushroomed out a little bit, we don't want that. Oi. Yeah, that works. Good. So we have a brass hammer forged and finished, and my 1500 gram cross peen
rehandled. Very nice. This came out beautifully. Really happy that that worked. A gift sub to a silly person. I don't know who that is, but hey, thanks. That's very nice of you. I still totally think that you should have just gone for the tier 3 and had your face eternalized. Well, for as long as you're still subscribed on the channel. But yeah, so that's it for that hammer there. I really like the look of this. I need to take some cool ass photos. I just wish that I had like I kind of wanna try and char the handle. It'll give it a really good look. So let's try that out. So all I want to do is I want to take this handle here. I'm just going to put it close to the fire and heat it up. The point of that, we're just charring it, bringing out the texture a little bit. That's all we want to do. It already looks a little bit charred, but I want to bring it up a little bit further near the head as well, if I can. Get a nice transition there. Alright, so that's a nice looking handle there. We charred that some. I'm gonna char the top here. Just need the handle to cool down so I can grab it. Right now it's too hot. Oh, the burning linseed smells so good. Very nice and very, very hot right now. Yes, I did smell the shaft. Stop judging. I also just blew the forge. I do what I want. You're not my mom. It's now slowly starting to char, so I can kind of even out or blend together the two different kind of colors on the handle, from the old color to the new color. So we get a more consistent look. Oh, that got a little bit much. God damn it.
There we go. That'll do it. Little bit of linseed maybe. Oh shit, I burnt the thing. A little bit of linseed oil there. Just gonna get that spread out. Yeah, I'm just oiling up my hammer handle. What do you want? Just oiling up the shaft. Makes it nice and smooth. Good to grab onto. But that's it. That's the hammer handle done. That's exactly where I wanted to go with it. Pretty much. Done, brass hammer forged out. And it is almost 6 p.m. so I'm gonna call it for this broadcast. I'm gonna grab some photos of this at some point because that's a nice looking piece. But yeah, I can turn off the forge again. Gonna turn off the music. Firefox, you can do it. Open up, please. Oh my lord. Do the it doesn't like it. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Okay, my Firefox is just completely and utterly crashing. This was nice ways to consume my time. Well, yeah, good. There we go. Now it opened up. That took a while. And then I should be able to pause that. If it, yeah, hey Tormod, hey. You're cute dog, I know. Yes. You would like dinner, I know. I know you would like the dinner. Would you fuck off? Fuck off. Go away. Go away. You're a goat. You're a goat dog. Silly dog. There we go. Now I can turn these off. Then I can wipe them down. Yes, silly goose. Silly goose. Wipe my glasses so they're nice and clean for next time. Get my shirt off, which will excite, or on, which will excite the dog. Yes. Alright, but that's it for now. Thank you all for watching today's broadcast. I'll be back on Monday. And until then, have a nice weekend. Take care. And do good stuff. Yeah, and thanks for all the rates and hosts and subs and all that stuff. That's really nice. Yeah. I think my PC is crashing. I'm not sure if it's actually stopping the broadcasts or not.